Tiger pitcher Gage Jump was called up to the Athletics' 40-man roster yesterday to make his pro debut against the Seattle Mariners last night. Jump went 5 innings, giving up 9 hits, 4 runs, and 5 Ks with 1 walk. Also making his pro debut, Sulphur and McNeese product Will Dion made his debut for the Cleveland Guardians in a 6-3 loss to the Nationals. Dion pitched in relief and went 3 innings with 2 hits, 2 runs, and 3 Ks. The LSU Bengals won an elimination game against Wabash Valley yesterday morning, 14-7 in the JUCO World Series. The Bengals hit for 4 home runs, bringing their single-season record up to 101. Now the Bengals will face Glenn College at 2 p.m. today in another elimination game in Grand Junction. The Oklahoma City Thunder moved out to a 3-2 lead in the Western Conference Finals after beating the San Antonio Spurs 127-114 last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the way for the Thunder, putting up 32 points with 9 assists. Now the series will move back to San Antonio for Thursday night's game in the Frost Bank Center. I'm Blake Purser, and you're listening to ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, your home for the LSU Tigers and the Houston Astros.
The 2-minute drill has been powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you. Dawson Iserloh prides himself on taking a deep dive to uncover all the relevant data about the sports and sports teams he loves. And now he's sharing all those facts inside his big brain with all of you. Here is the LohDown with D-Loh on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
It is the LohDown, and it is Wednesday, May the 27th. ESPN 103.7 in Lafayette, 104.1 in Lake Charles. Anywhere you are, as always, with the ESPN Southwest Louisiana mobile app and our newest way to catch the show live on our YouTube channel each and every day, video and audio. Of course, you can see what our studios here look like. A lot of you probably been listening for a long time and haven't ever seen the inside of the studio. So check us out, YouTube at ESPN_SWLA. It's, of course, free to watch as it is to listen everywhere else you go. Also, content on our website, free to read at all times. And we've got something new on there that I'm going to talk about today. I wrote a little regional preview. Starkville Regional is obviously the biggest focus of our week with the Cajuns headed over there to begin play this weekend. We're going to talk more about it today. Probably not quite as baseball heavy on this edition of the show, but honestly, might end up being that way by the end of it because we've got a lot to get to. I've got a little bit of a preview up there right now if you want to check it out. As I mentioned, just learn a little bit more about all 4 of these teams. Obviously, if it's the Cajuns and you're a Cajuns fan, you probably won't learn anything super new in that portion of the article, but get a little bit of info on Mississippi State, Cincinnati, and Lipscomb. The way I structured it, I gave a little quick season recap for all 4 teams, a player to watch, and then how they can win the regional, in my opinion. So that is available on the website right now. Speaking of which, we will talk more about the Starkville Regional, in particular, the host team, Mississippi State, in just less than half an hour. Sam Sklar is going to join us. He covers the Bulldogs, and so he will talk to us about that team, about the regional itself, about the ballpark. We'll get a full-blown preview of everything with him at 1:30. Obviously, the Cajuns, as we mentioned, it's kind of funny. They don't definitely play Mississippi State in this tournament. I mean, they could go through it and not play them at all. But very likely that the 2 teams match up at some point, and being the host team, wanted to get Sam on to talk about that squad, what they've been looking like, and obviously learn a little bit more, which, Dudy Noble Field is an awesome ballpark. I've heard that from everyone who's ever been. But I've never been, so I want to get his opinion on just how unique it is of a baseball environment. So we'll do that at 1:30. It'll be a symmetrical day on the show, 3 guests, 1 every half hour. So we'll start it with Sam at 1:30. Zach Nagy stops by for his regular Wednesday time slot at 2 o'clock. Of course, new gig for Zach. Shout out to him, working with 247 Sports and CBS Sports over there covering LSU. So we'll do some off-season stuff with him about football and baseball. All the coaches for the SEC have been meeting and giving some quotes here and there. So we'll talk to Zach about that stuff and more coming up at the top of the hour. And then, look, we don't usually take a break from sports on this show, but we do so occasionally when it's a really good cause to talk about, and that's what we have at the bottom of hour number 2. We'll talk with Ben Broussard of Catholic Charities of Acadiana. They're getting their summer volunteer drive going. Couple of these, things I've been involved with myself, with the team at Delta Media. We've gone over to St. Joseph Diner a few times and had a great experience volunteering. So we're going to talk with Ben about what they do and how you can help out. We'll do that at the bottom of hour number 2. So 3 guests here on the show today. Other than that, you can reach us on the ESPN hotline at 337-706 0111. As I mentioned, we will do a lot more college baseball today, but we'll start things off by getting locked in and heading back to the NBA playoffs, the Thunder and the Spurs. Let's do that now.
D-Loh is the kind of guy that stays locked in. On what? Well, that depends on the night. But you can guarantee there was some sporting event that he found interesting. It's time to find out what D-Loh was locked in on the LohDown.
Okay, so as I mentioned, I went into last night about as excited to watch an NBA game as I have been in a really long time. And I don't want to say it didn't deliver because, I mean, it was interesting. There were some big shots, some big moments. But at the same time, OKC kind of cruised through this thing. It's been really fascinating to me how this series has gone, where it feels like the team that's won the game, and I guess you go outside of game one, which was, the heroics of Wembanyama and the Spurs pulling it off. It was incredible. The team that's kind of made the statement early has kind of put it in cruise control. A 9-point win for the Thunder in game 2, and then it's a 15-point win for them in game 3. The Spurs come back and win by 21 in game 4, and then last night, a 13-point win for the Thunder in game 5, and it never really got to a nail-biting moment in the second half. Even though the Thunder only outscored San Antonio by 2 in the third and fourth quarters combined, they had that 11-point halftime lead, and they really never let it get away. I did say yesterday, in a lot of ways, it felt like this series was trending in the direction of whoever can limit Wembanyama and or SGA, like whichever team does a better job on the opposition's top threat is going to be the team that wins the game and then ultimately wins the series. That was exactly correct last night. Wembanyama had a 4 for 15 shooting night. He took a lot of threes and he missed all of them, 0 for 5. They did a good job not letting him get the easy ones. He didn't live at the free throw line, although he did get there 12 times and make all 12. 20 points on 4 of 15 shooting and 0 of 5 from 3. The Thunder will take that, and that's what they got. On the other hand, SGA had 32. 2 of 3 from beyond the arc. 16 of 17 at the free throw line. So he got his, and, that was a big difference in here. Isaiah Hartenstein has been fascinating in this series as well. He's done a much better job defensively against Wemby than maybe I thought he could, like helping out Chet and, the different rotations that OKC uses. Plus minus, I know it's not the best stat in the world. He was a plus 24 last night. When Hartenstein was on the floor, the Thunder outscored the Spurs by 24 points. The only player who had a better plus minus last night was Cason Wallace off the bench, who just did a little bit of everything. 7 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds. We know this, right? This is just a really, really good Thunder basketball team. One of the best, I think they're the best in the NBA, and they're starting to make this a little bit of a dynastic run, right? That word gets dangerous. You got to get 3 for me to really cement that in place, but they're on their way potentially to their second. And I've said it before, guys like Alex Caruso, I talk about this with Josh Hart and Jose Alvarado, more so Josh Hart because I think he's a little more well-rounded than Alvarado is. You just need players like that. Even as good as you are, I just don't see that many championship teams that don't have a couple guys that are like Caruso, where you just look at him and go, yeah, he's not the best at any one trait, but man, I want him on my basketball team. He had 22 last night. When he shoots it well from the outside, that's really just such an asset for them. But how about Caruso? 22 points, 6 assists, 8 of 8 at the free throw line, 4 of 8 from 3, 3 steals. He always does a little bit of everything. And the Thunder now go up 3-2. They'll have 2 shots to close it out. I don't think by any means this series is over because, as I said, we've seen in other games, San Antonio's just kind of been able to flip the switch and get back to work. The chess match has been fascinating to watch, but the idea of winning a game on your court on Thursday, then traveling back to OKC on Saturday night and trying to close out a Thunder team that's won a championship before, has the championship DNA that we talk about, all that stuff. I feel really good about where Oklahoma City is right now. The other thing I'll mention about where this series is at, as I mentioned before, the Knicks, I think, did what they had to do to give themselves a really good shot in the finals, and that was get rid of Cleveland as quickly and as mercilessly as possible. They did that in emphatic fashion, winning by 37, sweeping the series 4-0. So I had given you some of the scenarios for how much rest these teams might have based on how these series went. We now know for sure, because the NBA Finals Game 1 is already set. It's going to be Wednesday, June the 3rd. So the Knicks are going to have gone from Monday, May the 25th to Wednesday, June the 3rd without ever having played a game. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 full days rest. And really, it's more like 8 because you kind of get half of the day before, half the day of, whatever, however you want to count days rest. They get a full week off. And there is, I almost think that the full week, maybe if you want to start overthinking this, you go, well, does rust become a factor when you have the full week? Do they come out sluggish in game 1? But think about it. We now know this is going to go at least 6. So at most, the Thunder, it would have to be the Thunder if they're the team that gets it done, obviously in game 6, right? At most, the Thunder are only going to have, 29, 30, 1, 2. At most, they're going to have 4 days off. They could potentially only have 3. Well, there's a game in between there. So if they played on the 30th, that would be the Saturday. They'd have, there's 31 days in May. That's something I could count on my fingers. 1, 2, 3. So at most, they're going to have 5. They could potentially only have 3 days off before the start of the NBA Finals, as opposed to a full 7 for the Knicks. There's where your advantage is. Can New York kind of keep the momentum going? I don't know if a lot, I didn't realize it until I heard somebody say this, that the Knicks have won 10 straight playoff games. And you go, yeah, I guess so. They got the last 2 against Atlanta and then 2 clean sweeps since, and so 10 straight playoff wins for where this Knicks team is. I continue to give them a lot of credit. I was definitely a doubter. And yes, they've taken advantage of a softer, unsettled East, where Detroit was the best team on paper record-wise, but we still had our questions because of their youth and their inexperience in the playoffs. The Knicks, in a lot of ways, you can argue, should have won this East. Still would have been fascinating. Like, look, Boston, I think we also thought there was a chance Boston was the team, and they weren't. And so we didn't get to see that matchup. That would have been interesting to see what it would have looked like. But now the Knicks are waiting, and look, they're either going to have – think about who they're going to – they're either going to play a Thunder team who's going back to its second straight NBA Finals, trying to go back-to-back, has the MVP, has all the things they have, or they're going to face a Spurs team with perhaps the next face of the NBA who, in that scenario, would have just won 2 straight to close it out, including going to the defending champion's place in Game 7 and knock them off to get to that point. Either way you slice it, the Knicks have a gauntlet in front of them, but not a lot of us thought they'd be here even at this point. So who are we to start doubting them now? So I think it's going to be interesting. San Antonio, by the way, is a 3.5-point favorite for Game 6 tomorrow night. Despite, the fact that they just dropped Game 5, they do get it back at their place. I'm sure they'll have the striped shirts, patterned crowd thing going on in San Antonio that they've had throughout the postseason. I'm sure it's going to be rocking in there. And we'll see if Wembanyama can kind of shore things up, have a better offensive night. And honestly though, I pretty much do expect us to get to a Game 7 at this point. With the way this series has gone, felt like it was destined for 7 from the get-go. We'll see if that comes to fruition or if OKC can close it out one game earlier. All right, we'll take a timeout. We've got a lot more to get to. I really didn't give any big picture thoughts about the tournament bracket as a whole with regionals, so I did that with Kevin a little bit on his show today. Let's just have a little conversation about some of the regionals I've picked out as ones to keep an extra watchful eye on. We'll do that in what will be a somewhat short segment, and then we'll have Sam Sklar on at the bottom of the hour. For now, we take a timeout. First of the day, it's the LohDown. Stay with us.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Here at Delta Media Corp, we are hiring immediately for a media account executive. This could be the career change you're looking for. We're looking for somebody who's into fast-paced work, obviously the radio, television, and digital media entities. We need somebody confident, people person who enjoys building relationships with local businesses. We have a big emphasis on local here with our company because we are local. So, if you're somebody who loves making connections, maybe has a lot of connections in the area, this could be perfect for you. If you're interested, email John at Cochran, that's our general manager, at jcochran, JCOCHRAN, at Delta Media Corp, just CORP.com, and start your new career today. Delta Media Corp is an equal opportunity employer.
From Tiger Stadium to the Texas state line, ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is your home for live and local sports talk in Southwest Louisiana. We're your official home for the LSU Tigers and Houston Astros. ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles also tackles the latest involving the Louisiana Raging Cajuns, McNeese Cowboys, and New Orleans Saints. So keep it locked right here. ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Hello, Acadiana. Cajun Culture, your #1 full-service dealer for new, used, and custom golf carts. Perfect for on the job site, the neighborhood, or even out on the green. We are the only authorized dealer of American-made E-Z-GO and Club Car here in Acadiana. For all your service, sales, and mechanical repairs, we got you. So don't wait. Roll on over to CajunCarts.com or stop by our Lafayette location by the Jockey Lot and see why we've been Louisiana's golf cart headquarters since 2003. Cajun Carts. Why walk when you can ride?
Your Honor, I would like to introduce exhibit number 1.
MeTV is America's #1 classic television network.
There can only be one #1, me.
MeTV features over 60 of the greatest classic TV series each week.
Go with the winner.
Enjoy dramas, comedies, westerns, sci-fi, and more.
You just watch me.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
MeTV is memorable entertainment television.
We are the soldiers of the Louisiana Army National Guard. We are your neighbors. We are your sons and daughters. While we serve part-time, we are learning valuable life and job skills. We are earning money for college, for trade and technical schools, and for certifications. We are proud to serve both our country and our home state. We are your Louisiana Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the Louisiana Army National Guard. Aired by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Attention! This is a public notice from Citizens Disability. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right if you suffer from physical and mental disability. Whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, Citizens Disability can help. You'll be given an advocate who will evaluate your situation, handle your application, and deal with Social Security. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. We only get paid if you win your case. There are a number of conditions that can make you eligible for disability benefits, many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call Citizens Disability today to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation. 800-431-9667, 800-431-9667, 800-431-9667. That's 800-431-9667.
You know the routine. Eat, sleep, sports talk, repeat.
Well, up and at 'em. We're here.
Here is more daily sports talk from ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles.
Okay, we're back here on the LohDown. I said it yesterday. We focused primarily on the Starkville Regional because it's UL's assignment, obviously. But I do want to talk big picture because it is one of my favorite weeks of the year. And I love the NCAA baseball tournament. I love regionals more so than really any other weekend. I mean, I like them more than super regionals. I get there's more on the line when a spot to Omaha is, but I just love the whole tournament aspect of it. As I said before, I'm a volume sports watcher. When you've got like 5 or 6 different great games that are going on, you just all flipping between them. It's why I've got the 3 TV set up in the office now, which is officially up and running. Took me a long time to get that going, James. And, tell you what, mounting TVs, a lot of, I've done it plenty of times, but when you got 3 and you're trying to line them up, make sure they sit right, a little bit more difficult than you may have expected, but we got to figure it out. So looking forward to that for regional weekend, to be honest with you. It'll be its first big sporting weekend to take over there. I will be doing my annual regional superlatives segment. We're going to slot that in for either tomorrow or Friday, probably Friday, just to give me the most time possible. Although actually no, because the tournament's going to be started by then. We'll do it tomorrow. Lock that in. Regional superlatives, where I'll give out, high school graduation style, the most difficult regional. I usually come up with some funny ones as well. So we will be doing that. But I just want to take a glance around, right? 5 Sun Belt teams in the bracket. We'll quickly go through each of their paths. Southern Miss has Jacksonville State, Virginia, and Little Rock. Virginia's the 2 seed, Jack State the 3, Little Rock the 4. I didn't think about the fact that Little Rock gave so much trouble to LSU last year. I wonder. They found a way to get back into it. They won their conference again. So it's a tough path. Jacksonville State, I think, is probably the strongest 3 seed in the entire field. I don't think Virginia's the best 2, but Southern Miss is going to have their work cut out of them to get out of Hattiesburg. Troy plays in Gainesville. They've got Florida, Miami, and Rider. I love Troy's spot, and here's why. They're in a very similar position to where the Cajuns were 2 of their last 3 regionals. Remember when the Cajuns went to A&M and TCU was there? And so everybody was looking forward to this A&M versus TCU matchup, and then the Cajuns went out and beat TCU in the first game. Now, they ultimately would fall in the second matchup when they rematched with them. And then they did it again when they had the Texas A&M draw. And everybody's looking forward to this A&M versus Texas showdown, and the Cajuns just eliminated Texas and said, we'll go ahead and take our spot in the regional final. Forget your A&M Texas showdown, and we'll do it instead. Troy gets that opportunity here. Florida's going to be thinking about Miami. Miami's going to be thinking about Florida. Troy has a potential chance to spoil that, and we know they're battle-tested. We know they played a bunch of good teams. I like what Florida's been doing in the back half of the season. I think the Gators get out of that regional, but I don't hate the spot that Troy's in, given, remember, they got to be grateful to even be there. They were one of the last teams in the field at all. Texas State, they're kind of the unofficial Sun Belt members, right? Because we know they're getting out of town after this, and a lot of Sun Belt fans aren't going to be sorry to see them go. They go to College Station. USC is one of those teams that has a great record. They play in the Big Ten. They weren't super battle-tested. They didn't have a huge strength of schedule. When they played UCLA head-to-head, they got beat pretty bad. But they're still a really good baseball team, and so that's going to be interesting for them. And then that's another one. Lamar's not a bad 4 seed. We know they're a pretty good team in the Southland Conference. Our friend Micah Butel knows all about them, and by the way, we're going to have him on tomorrow. So I think Texas State's draw is pretty tough, but A&M, a 12 seed, that's lower than they've been the last handful of years, so we'll see if they can pull off some upsets. Continuing it with the other Sun Belt teams in the field, Coastal's in Tallahassee, my Florida State Seminoles. It was going to be interesting. Obviously, part of me was rooting for UL to go to Florida State because then I would have had a better chance to just, have a team move on. But then you'd have to split your allegiances, right? If UL plays Florida State, now you got one team winning, one team losing. Either way, it didn't happen. Coastal goes there instead. Florida State, if you haven't been following along this season, I thought, were a legit Omaha caliber team. They lost their best player, Miles Bailey, to a gruesome ankle injury about halfway through the season. They're not the same offense without him. They've got Wes Mendez at the front of their rotation. They're really, really good, but they're a little vulnerable. And so I think Coastal's got a shot. Now, Coastal has not played great down the stretch, but if they get Fluky back going, Northern Illinois and St. John's are the 3 and 4. I don't think that's the strongest 3-4 draw. Coastal gets past those teams without Fluky and uses them against FSU. The Noles could be in some trouble here. I think Coastal has a shot to make some serious noise there. And then lastly, I missed somebody. I know I did. It's got to be, we knew Troy, we knew Texas State. We've obviously talked about the Cajuns. Well, I guess that's it. We already talked about UL's draw. So interesting to see if the Sun Belt, it's tough because if they don't get anybody to advance out of a regional, now Southern Misses would be a disappointment because they're a host team. But I do think you'd start to see some of that, hey, well, they get teams in regionals, but can they win them? But when you're only hosting one of them, that's just a lot tougher to do. You're asking teams to pull off upsets and beat teams that are on paper, at least in theory, better than them. I'll close it out for now. We'll do much more of this, as I mentioned, with superlatives tomorrow, but I'll close it out by saying my early leader in the clubhouse for toughest regional, there's 2 in mind. One of them is Lincoln, Nebraska, and the other is Lawrence. I think I'm leaning Lawrence right now. Kansas is the host team. Great season for the Jayhawks out of the Big 12. They're the 15 seed. Arkansas is their 2, and Arkansas, first of all, is going to travel well to Kansas. You know that. Arkansas was in the conversation to be a host. They've got the whole championship pedigree thing. They're a really good program. We know they've been knocking on the door forever. I still think about that pop-up they missed against Oregon State that would have won them the title that year. Beavers came back to win that game and win the series ultimately. Missouri State is a nasty 3. Cajuns saw this firsthand. They beat them 2 out of 3 to start the year. They're a great team out of Conference USA. And then the dreaded, dangerous 4 seed. There is nothing you hate worse if you're hosting a regional than to see a 4 seed that probably could have been a 3 and maybe should have been a 3. Northeastern has been in the NCAA tournament, I don't know how many times in the last decade. It's got to be more than 5. I mean, they are always a factor in their conference. They played in the Colonial forever, and they always dominated that league. They did it again this year. They won the conference tournament. They were not the top seed. Campbell, remember the Campbell Camels? They've had some really good baseball teams in the past. Northeastern got past them twice, and that's the team that Kansas has to see first up. Kansas is in for a long week, I think. It's just a brutal draw for them to have, I think, and it's also going to be, and maybe we'll have to pick one or the other. The other superlative I always use is the regional where any of the 4 teams could win it. Sometimes you think there's a really tough regional because 2 and 3 are good, but you go, hey, the 4 seed's maybe not that much of a threat. I think all 4 of those teams have a legitimate shot to win the tournament. I'd obviously give a much higher chance to each of the top three, Kansas, Arkansas, and Missouri State. But Northeastern, that's your worst possible draw, I think. It might be the most dangerous four. I'd have to go through and look at some of the records, some of these other teams and who they've gone through. But, be interesting to see how it goes. So there you go. First look at the tournament from a wide lens view. I'll do more of that. We'll do regional superlatives tomorrow, and we'll probably take another look or two at this throughout the rest of the show. We should have some time a little bit later on. All right, for now, though, let's take a timeout. As I mentioned, our friend Sam Sklar is going to join us to preview this regional from the Mississippi State perspective as the host squad, so we'll do that after the break. You're listening to the LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
We told you first about it yesterday. Small Sliders has something special going on this week. Of course, you can stop by any day and get their incredible cheeseburger sliders, hamburger sliders, the waffle cut french fries, the queso, the small sauce. I'll tell you about that stuff all the time. This, though, is new for this week, and it's happening on Friday night, 8 to 11 p.m. It is the Cars and Bikes Meet at Small Sliders. Imperial Customs Garage is putting it on. Anyone who attends gets 10% off their purchases from Smalls. There'll be all kinds of cars and bikes to look at, music, everybody hanging out. Should be a great time. So that's happening 8 to 11 p.m. on Friday night. That's this Friday, May the 29th, at the Ambassador Caffrey location for Small Sliders. So slide through, tell them D-Loh sent you any day, but especially come on Friday night, May the 29th, for their Cars and Bikes Meet put on by Imperial Customs Garage.
This game isn't fun. This game is a war.
It's time for the 2-minute drill.
Hurry it up, hurry it up, hurry it up.
Powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you.
Come on, let's go, you guys. Get in here, we gotta go fast now.
The Texas Rangers beat the Houston Astros 10-7 in Dallas last night. It was a high-scoring night with the Astros hitting 4 home runs with Yordan Alvarez hitting 2 of them. And Jason Alexander gave up 9 runs on 6 innings of work, with 8 of them coming in the first inning. Game 3 of the series will be tonight at 7:05 p.m., and it will be Mike Burrows versus Jacob deGrom. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles. Former LSU Tiger pitcher Gage Jump was called up to the Athletics' 40-man roster yesterday to make his pro debut against the Seattle Mariners last night. Jump went 5 innings, giving up 9 hits, 4 runs, and 5 Ks with 1 walk. Also making his pro debut, Sulphur and McNeese product Will Dion made his debut for the Cleveland Guardians in a 6-3 loss to the Nationals. Dion pitched in relief and went 3 innings with 2 hits, 2 runs, and 3 Ks. The LSU Bengals won an elimination game against Wabash Valley yesterday morning, 14-7 in the JUCO World Series. The Bengals hit for 4 home runs, bringing their single-season record up to 101. Now the Bengals will face Blinn College at 2 p.m. today in another elimination game in Grand Junction. The Oklahoma City Thunder moved out to a 3-2 lead in the Western Conference Finals after beating the San Antonio Spurs 127-114 last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the way for the Thunder, putting up 32 points with 9 assists. Now the series will move back to San Antonio for Thursday night's game in the Frost Bank Center. I'm Blake Persher, and you're listening to ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, your home for the LSU Tigers and the Houston Astros.
The 2-minute drill has been powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you. ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is the proud winner of 4 2026 LAB Prestige Awards, including Best Use of Digital Media, Foot's Friday Fury, Best Live On-Site Remote for our Super Bowl Radio Row coverage, Best Promotion for our No Shave November initiative, and Radio Young Professional of the Year for Dawson Iserloh. We're proud of being Southwest Louisiana's sports station and are humbled to be recognized by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters.
Did you know you can get great tasting Clear Springs artesian water delivered to your office or your doorstep at home? Clear Springs is 100% local with their own bottling facility at the world-famous Kentwood Aquifer, no chemicals added. Just pure Kentwood, Louisiana artesian water. Clear Springs Water offers delivery of 5 or 3-gallon water service with a hot and cold temperature water cooler, or even single-serve bottles delivered to your home or office. Easy to reach, clearsprings.net, then contact us tab, or 337-519-3563.
Oh, look who's here.
Everybody Loves Raymond is on MeTV.
Who told you that?
Raymond!
America's #1 classic TV network.
Nothing even comes close.
Enjoy 2 back-to-back episodes every weeknight.
We're doing it twice.
Watch Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah, it's all about you, Raymond.
Weeknights starting at 8 on MeTV.
Watch Meet TV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
We are the soldiers of the Louisiana Army National Guard. We are your neighbors. We are your sons and daughters. While we serve part-time, we are learning valuable life and job skills. We are earning money for college, for trade and technical schools, and for certifications. We are proud to serve both our country and our home state. We are your Louisiana Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the Louisiana Army National Guard. Aired by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and this station.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the LHSAA, are the 110,000 high school sports students in Louisiana. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, soccer and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, administrators, and officials. We stand for the swimmers, football players, and wrestlers. We stand for the golfers, softball, and volleyball players. We stand as the national leader and advocate for high school athletics and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
This is ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles, broadcasting live from the Beal and Hebert studios in Upper Lafayette. Beal and Hebert, Acadiana's hometown lawyers. Back to more of Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Back here on the LohDown as the show rolls on, we told you, obviously we've been talking a good bit about the Starkville Regional, and we wanted to preview it from some different perspectives. So we do so now with Sam Sklar, who covers Mississippi State for the Clarion Ledger. Sam, what's going on, man? Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Excited to talk some baseball. You know, people here are super excited to have a regional back for the first time since 2021. So a lot is going on here and a lot of excitement.
Yeah, wow. I didn't realize it had been that long. So that's and is that the championship team in 21?
Yep, the 2021 national championship. That was the last time there was postseason baseball here, and that was a big part of the coaching change that happened a year ago. Is they hadn't hosted any regionals since then, and Dudy Noble Field is this great stadium and one of the best in college baseball. And the last 4 or 5 years, it's just been collecting dust in June. So won't be this weekend at least. So, fans are really excited to be coming up here to Starkville and have a regional for the weekend.
No doubt, and I do want to talk more about that atmosphere and how it might play into this tournament in a bit. First off, just what was the reaction? I know it's always, you're probably not going to get on the show and say, yeah, we all thought the Cajuns sucked. We were excited they got sent there. But what was the reaction to the field? Cincinnati, Louisiana, and Lipscomb being the 3 to join the Bulldogs, just from the fans, from the team maybe. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty neutral reaction, honestly. I don't think that fans really feel one way strongly or another in terms of it being a super difficult field or a super easy one either. I think they know that, especially Cincinnati and Louisiana are going to be challenges. And those teams in particular are 2 teams that are both playing pretty well coming into this regional, especially Louisiana with all those wins they had against Coastal Carolina the last 2 weeks or so, but also, even in the last month with the run they had to get into the tournament. Lipscomb's an interesting one because that's a team that Mississippi State already played this season in a series, and they swept them in March at Dudy Noble Field. And the last game of that series was 26-0. So that was the last time those two played each other, and that'll be the first game on Friday. So I think fans know that it's going to be, or it's not going to be easy rather, and that they're going to need to play well, otherwise they have a chance to lose against these teams.
When we talk about that atmosphere, And I know you've been in a couple different spots, Southern Miss as well. So and they've got great baseball atmosphere there as well. What's just different about this place? Because that's everybody tells me who's been to Mississippi State and seen, especially once the facility renovations have been done, how it's just different than any other college ballpark you're going to go to. What is that like, especially when you get big game, postseason atmosphere and a bunch of fans in there?
It's got to be just the size. I mean, the stadium is. They lead the country in attendance for this season at just over 11,000 on average per game. The top 25 on-campus crowds have all been at Mississippi State over the years. And so it's a pretty, daunting environment for teams. And, the outfield is kind of unique where they've got grills and rigs where, all these people are smoking, meats and things like that. So that's kind of like a fun kind of twist to it all too. And, it has been kind of interesting, though, because Mississippi State hadn't played super well at home this season. They were at the start of the year when they were playing the non-conference games, the midweeks, but there's some SEC teams that came in here and did well. I mean, Georgia and Tennessee both swept Mississippi State here in Starkville on back-to-back weekends, which I believe that was the first time in program history that's ever happened. And so it is obviously an advantage for Mississippi State, but honestly, the last 2 months, it hasn't been a huge advantage for Mississippi State. I think they've only won one of their last 4 series rather at home. So, it'll be tricky for sure for some of these other teams. But honestly, it hasn't, just from a number standpoint, it hasn't been that big of an advantage lately.
Well, that is one thing, and I was looking through it as well. You talk about the hot finishes to the season for the Cajuns in Cincinnati, and Mississippi State does have the opposite of that. And I know that was brought into question if they were going to get one of these last host spots or not because of the way they finished. But I also might look at it and go, yeah, they lost some series, and they were all like to top 10, 15 caliber teams. I mean, they played a bunch of the best in the SEC at the end of the schedule. So in your opinion, watching them, was it this team wasn't playing as well, or was it they were playing better teams at the end?
I think it was more that they were playing better teams. This year's team kind of has an identity that's been formed that they've been able to beat up on all the bad and the average and the good teams too, but they've just really struggled against those top, elite teams. They didn't lose any quad 3 or 4 games all season long, but they went 9-14 in quad 1 games. And so it was like, yeah, they did lose 3 straight series to close the regular season, which obviously that sentence doesn't sound good at all, but 3 of those were against top 10 teams. It was at Texas A&M, and home against Auburn. Those are all teams that are hosting regionals. And so, at the forefront, it kind of looks like a bad thing, but they were able to win 1 game in each of those series, so they didn't get swept. And so I wouldn't say that fans are really panicking with how that season ended, but a big factor for them has been the absence of Ryan McPherson, who came into the season as the number 1 starting pitcher on Fridays and basically didn't pitch all of the SEC schedule. He was out with a forearm strain, came back and has pitched twice, both very limited though, as really hasn't pitched longer than 2 innings. But the team held a scrimmage on Saturday night just after they got eliminated from the SEC tournament, and according to Coach Brian O'Connor, Ryan McPherson pitched 5 shutout innings in that scrimmage. And so I don't think that he's going to have a pitch count, really. I think he's going to be a full go for this weekend, and that's a huge X factor for Mississippi State because that would give them 3 really solid starting pitchers, and 2 of them with McPherson and then also Tomas Valenkas, who's one of the best starting pitchers in the SEC. So I think that's also kind of a factor that Mississippi State was kind of able to get by without having Ryan McPherson for the last 2 months. So that was a big injury for them, but they were able to kind of stay afloat and get a hosting spot.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, it's always interesting when you get a 4 seed like Lipscomb, who, as you mentioned, they saw before. They didn't have too much trouble with him early in the season. And you have a guy like Valenkas. How creative are they? And maybe the McPherson thing actually puts another layer to this because he, on paper, could be one of your best arms. You think they'll hold Valenkas for a potential winner's bracket game, or maybe they throw McPherson? Do you have any idea how they're going to handle it?
I think that they will end up holding McPherson for Saturday. That's just kind of my read on it. They haven't come out and said officially yet who's going to be starting against Lipscomb on Friday. But traditionally with Brian O'Connor, what he would do at Virginia when they were hosting regionals is he would usually hold that ace pitcher for Saturday. And so if they do that again, it would probably be Valinkas on Saturday against either Cincinnati or Louisiana. And then that means Friday will probably be either Duke Stone or Ryan McPherson. I think we'll probably find out tomorrow when they do some press conferences in the middle of the day. But I think it would make sense for Mississippi State to hold Valinkas for that second game when it's a lot more pivotal in the winner's bracket, or maybe, if there's an upset, you maybe are facing elimination, and then you would have your best pitcher out there. So I don't think it would make much sense to throw McPherson and kind of waste him, I guess, for lack of a better term, against Lipscomb.
Sam Sklar is our guest. The Clarion Ledger covers the Mississippi State Bulldogs. We're talking Starkville Regional with him here. Talk to me about this team's offense. I know Ace Reese is the name that'll pop the most with the numbers he's put up this season, but what's kind of been the MO of this team, scoring runs, and what do you think they have to do to be successful?
The lineup is really deep, and it was a big talking point for the first month or two of the season, is that you obviously can only start 9 players, but there are more than 9 starting caliber batters on this team. And so there was a lot of mixing and matching kind of going on at the start of the season and trying to figure out who can be in the best spots. And they've kind of settled on nine guys right now. And, really they're just a really well-rounded lineup, I would say. They broke the program's home runs record for a single season in the SEC tournament last week, and that was actually the second year in a row they've done that. And only the only 2 times in program history they've hit over 100 home runs in a season. But they just have some really mature at-bats. They walk pretty well. Ace Reese is the star. He could be a first-round pick in the MLB draft in July. But, I'm looking at it now, and you got 7 guys that are hitting above 300, I think it is. And so there really aren't any breaks in the lineup when you're going through it. And throughout the season, it's been really hard for starting pitchers to get through the order a third time. That's usually when the offense really starts going and stuff. And they ended up losing to Georgia in the SEC tournament, and they only scored 3 runs, but I think they had 9 or 10 hits in that game, but ended up hitting into 4 double plays. And so the offense has been doing pretty well, even though they only scored 3 runs against Georgia. I think the numbers say that they did actually bat pretty well in that game. So the bats are coming into this game hitting pretty well. So I would expect them to be pretty successful in that aspect too.
Where is the area of vulnerability? If you're to look back at this regional and the Bulldogs are to have either struggled a lot or not gotten out of their regional, what would you guess was what was attributed to that?
I think the bullpen would be where Mississippi State could fall apart. They don't really have like a bona fide closer, I guess. They've tried a whole bunch of different guys in that spot, and some of them have worked and some of them haven't. There just hasn't been a ton of consistency in terms of a go-to, just shut down guy that can win you the ball game when it's 3-1 in the 9th inning or something like that. So I think that could be, an undoing for Mississippi State. And that also ties back to Ryan McPherson coming back, because if he can give Mississippi State 5 innings or so, that would really help the bullpen and not burn some arms, because the last few weeks when Charlie Foster has been starting in Ryan McPherson's spot, it really hasn't gone well. He's only been able to pitch like 2 innings at a time. And, that's just not not really acceptable for an SEC starting pitcher on a weekend. And so that's really put the bullpen in a bind in some of those series. And so I think that having Ryan McPherson back will also help the bullpen. But the biggest MO really of this team is that they're beating all the bad teams, beating all the good teams and the average teams, but just can't beat those top elite teams. And so I think that fits well for Mississippi State in this regional, just from an RPI perspective of the teams like Cincinnati and Louisiana. Those typically are teams that Mississippi State hasn't had trouble with. But, if they're able to get out and play a super regional at Georgia, that's when it's going to be pretty tough for this team.
I'm going to ask you the most important and probably the most difficult question for you to ask, Sam. What's the weather going to do, man? I know it hasn't been looking great. What's the feeling over there?
The forecast does not look great. I don't really know. Haven't heard anything in terms of if they're going to adjust game times and things like that. It's probably a little too far out to make those decisions right now. But, knock on wood, we'll be able to get through this regional without any disruptions. I'm pretty sure, and I'm scared to almost say this, that Mississippi State hasn't had a single weather delay all season, which probably means a bad thing for this weekend, that they're due for something. But we're crossing our fingers that there won't be any issues.
And it'll be interesting, as I said. I mean, the last I checked, maybe at nighttime you might have some storms that kind of get out of there. And so, yeah, look, I'd be surprised if these all get played exactly on schedule, but we'll see. Maybe we'll be wrong. Sam, appreciate your time. Thank you for doing this. Enjoy the tournament, and we'll catch up again down the road.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. See ya.
That's Sam Sklar, the Clarion Ledger over in Starkville, covering Mississippi State athletics, giving us the insight there on what the Bulldogs are going to be looking to do in their own regional. Obviously, as I mentioned, it's interesting. Cincinnati and the Cajuns will match up in the first game, Mississippi State and Lipscomb. Of course, the winners will play after that. I did want to tell you, by the way, and maybe we'll hold this for the last segment of the hour. We do have the full schedule for the whole regional. Now, on one hand, I might waste the next 5 minutes giving it to you because we know Rain can kind of just, jumble up all this stuff. But I can tell you the scheduled game times for every game in Starkville this weekend. We'll do that, and we'll introduce you to the poll question of the day. That's how we'll close out hour number 1. You're listening to the LohDown, ESPN, Southwest Louisiana Sports Station.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
May is Military Appreciation Month, and ESPN 103.7 Lafayette, 104.1 Lake Charles are teaming up with Nolan's Lawnmower Sales and Service off I-49 in Karen Crow to honor our military all month. Nolan's Lawnmower Sales and Service owners Stacy and Don Benoit want to take this opportunity to recognize all of our current service members, veterans, and their families. Nolan's takes pride in honoring military personnel and first responders, and they offer special discounts for them on their zero-turn mowers. May is Military Appreciation Month. We salute you. Powered by Nolan's. And ESPN 103.7 Lafayette, 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is your home for the Houston Astros.
And the Astros stun the Mariners.
Hunter Brown, Yordan Alvarez, and the rest of the Astros are looking to get back to the postseason. You can listen to every pitch, hit, and thrilling victory of the Houston Astros.
Incredible!
As Robert Ford and Steve Sparks will be on the call. Tune in this season for live Astros baseball on Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
May is Military Appreciation Month, and ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles and Nolan's Lawnmower Sales and Service in Karen Crow will be honoring our military all month long. Nolan's is locally owned and supports our military community every day. We honor and salute because freedom isn't free. May is Military Appreciation Month, and we salute you. Powered by Nolan's Lawnmower Sales and Service in Karen Crow and ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles.
Need peace of mind with your estate planning? Turn to Beal & Hebert, your trusted hometown lawyers. At Beal & Hebert, we make estate planning simple and stress-free, ensuring your legacy is secure and your future is in the right hands. Don't wait. Schedule your consultation today at BealHebert.com. That's BealHebert.com. Safeguarding your tomorrow today.
This Mental Health Awareness Month, John Well Therapeutic Services invites you to prioritize your well-being. Hi, I'm Glenda, a dedicated therapist that provides a safe space for growth, resilience, and hope. No matter where you are on your journey, I am here for you. Whether it's anxiety, depression, or just the need for support, you are not alone. Reach out to John Well Therapeutic Services and start your path to healing today.
At Waterboys Water Well Services, we're more than just a quick fix. A handshake means more to us than a contract. From water treatment that protects your home and health to expert well drilling, pump installation, and maintenance, we've got your water covered. Cleaner, safer, better tasting water starts with trust and ends with Waterboys. Proudly serving Louisiana families with integrity and experience. Waterboys, high quality H2O products, 337-678-9955.
Every weeknight, MeTV has your laugh therapy.
To chase away the blues or the olive drabs.
With 2 hours of MASH at 5.
This guy's ankle has tickled my funny bone.
Followed by the Andy Griffith Show at 7.
Doggone it, Otis. You're supposed to be hugging me when I'm arresting you.
But he likes you, Bard.
Weeknights on MeTV.
Watch Meet TV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
The biggest headlines in the world of sports are discussed here. ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
All right, appreciate Sam talking Starkville Regional there with us from the Mississippi State perspective. As I said before, I might waste the next 3 minutes of my time giving you game times because the rain could really change all of this. But here's how the regional is scheduled if you're interested in making sure your weekend plans include watching the Cajuns. We do know, as of course, 1 o'clock is the Mississippi State-Lipscomb game tomorrow. So not tomorrow, Friday. Let's get that right. Friday is Mississippi State and Lipscomb, game 1 of the tournament. If it does go on as scheduled, we'll be able to, keep you up to date throughout the show on how that game is going. Then the Cajuns will play Cincinnati at 6 o'clock. So Mississippi State took the early game. A lot of host teams do that, right? Gives them a better chance of playing their game without having to push it to the next day if rain does become a big factor. So they chose that. They'll play at 1. Cajuns and Bearcats will play at 6. The losers bracket game, the elimination game, will go first on Saturday. So the losers of each of those games will play at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon in a win-or-go-home game. The winners bracket game of the two 1-0 teams is scheduled for 8 o'clock Saturday night. So I don't know why they did different game times every day in the same ballpark, but they did. So maybe it's TV-related. I don't know. Then you get to Sunday, right? If you've survived to Sunday, that means you are one of 3 teams left. The elimination game between the team that loses the winner's bracket game and wins the loser's bracket game, if you're staying with me, they will play at 2 o'clock on Sunday the 31st. Then the regional championship will be May 31st that night, Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Of course, if the team that is 2-0 wins, they win the regional. No need to play the extra game. If the team that has a loss wins, they force a winner-take-all Game 7, which will be played on Monday, June the 1st. Time is TBD for that one because, of course, they're going to look around at how many games need to be played, and they will decide that for TV purposes as well. So if you win all the way through, you play. If you're the Cajuns and you win the whole way through, you'd play at 6, 8, and 7. If you get in the loser's bracket, of course, things can change and things could be shuffled around. So there is the full regional schedule for Starkville. Our poll question of the day is on a different note today. This is an interesting one. We're asking you on Facebook and on X, should the NCAA let Brendan Sorsby play? Of course, Brendan Sorsby, transfer portal guy, ironically enough, was at Cincinnati last year, speaking of the Bearcats. Went over, played for, and transferred to Texas Tech in the offseason. LSU was right there on the doorstep of getting him. He chose the Bearcats, or he chose the Red Raiders, I should say, instead. And it now seems like LSU is very lucky that he did that. Because Sorsby got caught up in all those gambling deals, he has apparently gambled a lot and has a problem. He has, checked into a facility or whatever he's doing to try and get healthy, but he's ineligible because he bet on his own team's games. And that seems pretty cut and dry. There was some sort of appeal that was heard this week. They still denied him. He is still ineligible. Now there's talk, could he go to the supplemental draft in the NFL? Would he maybe have to serve a suspension if he did that? Does he just wait for next year's NFL draft and declare and then go then? There's a lot of questions about what Sorsby's going to do. Remember, this is a guy who was thought to be the top quarterback in the transfer portal last year. He's a big physical guy, good runner. He's a really good player, but clearly had some issues, and now this question's being asked. So the way we word this question, should they let him play? No, I don't think they should let him play. Actions have consequences. He knew it was against the rules. He did it anyway, and it's a very serious thing when we're talking about now the betting market and, people's money at stake. It was a thing before. It's a thing more now because it's legal and it's everywhere. No, you can't just let him play. You know what I mean? I don't, there has to be some sort of punishment. Now, do they deem it to be like a suspension of a certain number of games? Do they deem it to be, maybe that's the case. And you got to get into the specifics. Remember, he bet on his own team in some of these things, man. This is the old, right? The golden rule. We talk about Pete Rose with it all the time. This is not like he was betting on horse racing as a quarterback. No, he put bets on his team. And they use the excuses about him, he wasn't playing and he was bored. And this, I'm sorry. No, they shouldn't just let him play. I disagree with that idea wholeheartedly. Now, should he be banned for life? Should he never touch a football field again? I don't know about that. You know, he is a college kid, and people make mistakes, all that stuff. But there has to be some sort of consequences here because, again, you're dealing with and look, I don't have a ton of like sympathy for bettors. I know sometimes like bettors like, what about us? We're the ones who are getting impacted by this information that may have changed the result of a game. It's not even that angle of it I'm looking at. But like it or not, it's a $1 billion industry right now that is legal across the entire country for the most part. And he did stuff that violates those laws. It violates NCAA rules. It violates team rules. I mean, it violates all kinds of different things. So it's pretty simple for me. No, you don't just let him play. There's going to have to be something figured out consequence-wise. And to be honest with you, like from what I've been hearing, and I haven't checked in on some super plugged-in sources, but just the people it doesn't sound like Brendan Sorsby's playing college football this year. And I don't think Texas Tech is, now, what else is interesting here? You talk about the money that was promised to him because we know what LSU was willing to. I mean, we were talking $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 million offers around the country for these quarterbacks, right? How's that going to work? Are they obligated to pay him? I would imagine probably not. You would think. I guess I shouldn't say hopefully. I mean, it doesn't make a difference to me, not my money, but you would think they wrote up a contract that had some sort of out if you got into this type of trouble. But that's interesting as well, because that's the reality of it now. We're talking about players who are promised a lot of money and they don't have NFL-level contracts in place where they were written up by agents and lawyers who are very smart and know exactly what they're doing. Sometimes these things don't happen like that. As I said, I imagine a deal that was in the multi-million-dollar category like this, you'd think Texas Tech would have taken those precautions and would have it all figured out beforehand, but I don't really know if they did or not. So it'll be interesting to see how this whole Sorsby thing goes. But no, in my opinion, he shouldn't just get to play. I mean, he did something that was very wrong and illegal in multiple different ways. All right, we'll do this. We'll wrap up hour number one here. Zach Nagy will join us on the other side. We'll talk LSU. We will talk the offseason stuff. Lane Kiffin's had some comments. Lane doesn't say anything interesting, though. That's the problem with Kiffin. He just gives a bunch of boring takes. We'll talk about all that with Zach Nagy at 247 Sports after this. You're listening to the LohDown. Stay with us.
Attention first responders, police officers, firefighters, military and former military personnel. If you have an acre or more of grass to cut, Skag Zero-Turn Mowers would like to thank you by offering you a special discount with their Simply the Brave First Responders program. Save big money on the industry's top-rated zero-turn mower at Nolan's Lawnmower in Carencro. Nolan's can offer well-qualified buyers 0% financing for 48 months. Come by Nolan's Lawnmower at 3547 Northwest Evangeline Thruway and check out the full line of Skag zero-turn lawnmowers.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices.
To learn more, visit GoVote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
MeTV is America's #1 classic entertainment television network. And here's one of the reasons everybody loves MeTV.
Oh, it's a classic.
The great comedy lineup on weeknights.
This will be fun. Come on.
With MASH.
Loaded with snappy comebacks.
The Andy Griffith Show.
I was just funning with Barney.
And Everybody Loves Raymond.
Now we got a show.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Live from Upper Lafayette, this is ESPN 1037 KLWB Carencro Lafayette, KLCJ-FM Oak Grove Lake Charles 1041, a Delta Media station.
I'm Christine Lisi. Packers star running back Josh Jacobs released from jail today following his arrest on several domestic violence charges. No charges have been filed at this time, but the Brown County District Attorney's Office in Wisconsin says the investigation remains open and ongoing. Jacobs, through his attorneys, has denied the allegations. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel today spoke publicly for the first time since missing day 3 of the NFL draft to attend counseling with his family. It's a decision he says he does not regret. Regarding an off-field matter that garnered a great deal of tension this offseason, Vrabel was asked how he was able to mitigate any distraction.
We all have to deal with things, outside of here. And my focus and obviously the excitement that I have for coaching is what is most important right now.
Mike Vrabel. Hurricanes up 2-1 have a chance to put a stranglehold on the NHL's Eastern Conference Final in Game 4 against the Canadiens tonight. Georgia football coach Kirby Smart hinted the SEC could leave the NCAA if an agreement can't be reached on expansion, spending in the NIL era, and beyond.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Thursday, Darren Orlovsky said the Tampa Bay Bucks are a contender in the NFC. I'll tell you if I agree. It's Unsportsmanlike weekday morning at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Dawson Iserloh prides himself on taking a deep dive to uncover all the relevant data about the sports and sports teams he loves. And now he's sharing all those facts inside his big brain with all of you. Here is the LohDown with D-Loh on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
It is the LohDown, hour number 2 of 2 here on ESPN 103.7 in Lafayette, 104.1 in Lake Charles. Anywhere you are with the ESPN Southwest Louisiana mobile app, and of course, as we've been mentioning to you, now available on YouTube as well, live every day on our YouTube channel, ESPN_SWLA. Check us out there as well. Drop a comment. Let us know you're found the new channel. Well, not a new channel, but new that we're streaming on there every day with our shows. So, a lot to get to here as the show continues on. We've talked a lot of college baseball early. We will switch gears a little bit here. We've also got a great interview with Catholic Charities of Acadiana coming up at the bottom of this second hour with some great causes going on in the area that you can get involved with. But right now, we'll start our second hour as we typically do on Wednesdays. Our friend Zach Nagy, newly with 247 Sports and CBS Sports, as we said, still covering the LSU Tigers. Zach, what's going on, man?
Yeah, man, doing good on this end. Love coming on and talking some ball with D-Loh. We got a big recruiting weekend coming up. Baseball is finally over for us, so excited to kind of talk a little bit of a recap with that. But ready to talk some ball with D-Loh, man. I appreciate you for having me back on.
As always, man. All right, so let's start. As you mentioned, baseball's over, and for LSU fans, it was an uncustomary year, one they haven't been used to dealing with. The last time they won a title, it was a sluggish start, but then they got things rolling. And by the end of the season, there was a lot to be excited about. And we know that team went to Chapel Hill, almost won a regional anyway. This time around, that never quite happened. And they had injuries to some of their best players. They had things that went wrong. But ultimately, let's put a final bow on it, man. What do you make of what went wrong? And obviously, we've already talked, with you about how they're going to have to retool the roster. But, what are your final thoughts about this team going to be?
Yeah, man, I think the misevaluations when it came to the transfer portal. And look, when you're dealing with or navigating, let's say, Omaha and going through a College World Series run, it's going to be challenging to kind of reload that roster when you're still playing ball. And a lot of these other top programs are recruiting in the portal because it's open. So you're at a disadvantage on that front. So it put them in a tough spot from a recruiting perspective, and a couple misevaluations along the way put them in a tough spot when it came to this 2026 roster. So here we are, a program that is now having their season in the rearview mirror with no postseason baseball to play for. So it's been a difficult year for Jay Johnson, the staff, the players, and everybody else within that building. But there's a lot to look forward to, is the way that I look at it. When you look at the end of the year and how everything went with your true freshman, Mason Braun, of course, you continue to look down the stretch as well with Jack Ruckert and all the other contributors from a true freshman perspective. There's a lot to look forward to in Baton Rouge. It's about roster retention, of course, is going to be of the utmost importance for Jay Johnson. And then, of course, attacking the transfer portal to bring in some surefire hits there, too. So excited for what this program is going to do moving forward. Obviously, 2026 is an outlier year, one that you want to put behind you and not look at again. But ultimately, you have a lot to look forward to moving forward when you look at this true freshman class and, of course, the portal opening up on Monday.
I know it's a very busy week for recruiting. Let's start there. We'll get to some of what Lane Kiffin had to say at the spring meetings afterwards. But just tell me about this big recruiting weekend for LSU.
Yeah, man, it's a massive stretch for Lane Kiffin and company heading into the weekend. You'll have a lot of these guys arrive in Baton Rouge on Thursday night. It's headlined by the number one wide receiver in America, Easton Royal, a guy who's right down the road in New Orleans, attends Brother Martin High School, and is currently committed to the Texas Longhorns. He's a player that is obviously the top priority for the Tigers in the 2027 recruiting class. And now he'll be in town on a multi-day stay. He'll arrive on Thursday night and remain in town through Sunday. So that is the top guy that everybody's going to be keeping an ear to the ground for. And then fast forward to today on Wednesday, where the staff adds another 5-star to the visitors list in 5-star defensive lineman Jalen Brewster, who's currently committed to the Texas Tech Red Raiders and checks in as the number one player in America. Those are your two headliners there, Dawson, guys that this program is going to continue to roll out the red carpet for. I caught up with Jalen Brewster about an hour or two ago, where he just continues raving about Lane Kiffin, defensive line coach Kevin Peoples, and the culture in Baton Rouge. He's excited to get back down here and be in here for, let's say, 3 to 4 days. And other than that, you got another top 10 edge in Abraham Sese, who's one of the top players in America. So a really big weekend in the boot. This coaching staff is raving about what's to come over the next couple of days. And now it's about continuing to add to this 2027 haul that's headlined, of course, by Ahmad Hudson, Peyton Houston, and Jaden Breaker, a top 10 edge rusher in the country.
You know, we talked a little bit last week, Zach, when it was kind of still breaking news about Ed Orgeron, returning to that staff. Now that we've seen, the dust settle just a bit on that, do you get the sense that he's going to be – is it more about recruiting? How much of the on-field impact is he going to have? Like, what do you think the actual role is going to be?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it plays well into what this weekend is going to be. Ed Orgeron is going to be a critical component to this recruiting staff. He's going to be primarily working with Louisiana natives, headlined by Easton Royal, Albert Simeon, a 5-star offensive lineman over in Lake Charles, and a couple other heavy hitters, like the number one running back in the state, Trey Martin. When you look at his role, it's going to be lock down the state of Louisiana, attack the recruiting scene, and then play a role with the defense as well. I caught up with 5-star defensive lineman Lamar Brown, who moved in to his dorm here in Baton Rouge on Sunday. I caught up with him last weekend, where he told me that he had the chance to talk with Ed Orgeron and schedule a couple of workouts with him. So aside from the recruiting scene, it's very evident that he's going to be having a hands-on approach with these defensive linemen, these young, really talented defensive linemen, of course, in Lamar Brown, Richard Anderson, Deuce Geralds, and Trenton Henderson. So he's going to have a really big impact on the defense as well, but primarily in the trenches with these youngsters. So a really exciting time for him to, of course, be back on a 1-year deal and then look to continue to hopefully remain in town as he works forward with his staff.
Zach Nagy is our guest. If you've missed it, he is now with a new team. He is covering LSU for 247 Sports and the Go 247 page. Also, of course, their conjunction with CBS Sports. He is with us talking LSU here. All right, man, let's do it. Lane Kiffin. I joked earlier he doesn't ever say anything interesting, so it's tough to talk about him. But the SEC spring meetings, their big seminars, Kiffin had some more unique things to say. I guess we should be used to it at this point. There's no big surprise factor, but he made a comment that he'd have had Ole Miss in the championship game if they let him stay and coach. He's just going to keep saying stuff, right? That's just going to be how this is. Like, it's just, we shouldn't be surprised anymore. Are we at that point of the Kiffin experience?
I'll tell you this, Dawson. Like, even when you just say, like, here we are, Lane Kiffin, SEC spring meetings, whatever. Like, I just sit here and shake my head like, here we go again. He always has something to say, and he says it in the most monotone way as well. And it just continues to just steal headlines over and over again. And, of course, he made that comment about Ole Miss. It's going to continue to be something that is evident leading up to that September 19th showdown in Oxford. But this is a guy who continues to steal headlines with just about anything he says. He's under a microscope. He's calculated. He knows what he's saying. So, once again, he steals headlines with that comment. But, nonetheless, this is something where he took the podium, of course, in Destin and had a lot of good things to say, primarily about Ed Orgeron and bringing him back and how this was the time to get him back in the boot. He's living in Baton Rouge again. So the opportunity to have him stay and remain on staff was super critical. And then a really positive update on Sam Levitt, your QB1 in 2026, talking about how he got up to 21 miles per hour on the GPS the other day, continues to rehab that foot, and he'll be 100% ready to go for summer workouts in June. So, of course, he stole headlines with what he said about Ole Miss. He'll continue to do that, but also a lot of other positive updates from him and from a guy who's just going to continue to say ridiculous things leading up to September 19th. But this is Lane Kiffin that we're talking about, and it's inevitable. You got to love it.
Yeah, the Sam Levitt stuff was obviously very encouraging. And I don't know. I'm sure there's other hurdles he has to clear. It's not like he's all of a sudden 100%. But if he's running that well, just what do you make of the progress that you've been hearing about and what this fall? It sounds, and I think this was always the plan. But the ideal situation now is the fall is not a ramp up period for Levitt. It's like he's already fully back by then. Use the summer to get ready to go. Is that what it sounded like?
Undoubtedly, Dawson. I caught up with a source this week where he continues to rave about Sam Levitt and how he's always in the building. He's always working with his teammates and has that leadership mentality. This is a 5-star transfer, but he has that 5-star mentality as well off the field to continue to lead these guys. So it's been really good rave reviews so far when you talk about Sam Levitt off the field. And now it's about getting over these last couple of hurdles on the field, getting 100% cleared, getting ready for summer workouts, developing rapport with your receivers during summer work, of course. So this is something that the coaching staff is really encouraged by, like you just said. And then they're going to continue to develop that rapport with the wide receivers, whether it's Jace Brown, Winnie Watkins, Jackson Harris, Trey Wilson. The list goes on and on with the embarrassment of riches that you have on the offensive side of the ball. And it's all going to start with Sam Levitt, who's going to spearhead that push. So getting him 100% cleared is, of course, that next hurdle. He's right there, ready to roll. Get over that, develop some continuity with these receivers, lead that into fall camp, and we're going to be talking really highly about what this offense can become with him at the helm leading into week 1 against Clemson.
Anything big? I mean, it's actually been quiet on the Will Wade front with basketball for a bit here. Are the biggest decisions going to happen in a courtroom in this offseason for LSU basketball, past what they've already done?
Dawson, I'm going to tell you that is 100% spot on, is what it sounds like to me, man. You've gotten over a lot of hurdles. There are some guys that they might try to add in June once their contractual obligations are done with pro clubs. But this is going to be a case-by-case basis, like you just alluded to, where you have guys that are committed and signed, but you got to get them eligible as well. And this is where you're going to go into the courtroom and try to do that, whether it's R.J. Lewis, Bryce Dessert, et cetera. You got a lot of guys that you're working with here that you got to make sure that their eligibility is locked in for the 2026-27 campaign. A lot of these next couple of headlines surrounding LSU basketball will indeed be coming from a courtroom. And I think you, me, and a lot of other people are going to be sitting back with so much anticipation to see how this sets the tone moving forward in college basketball.
Maybe my favorite quote, Zach, that you've ever said on this show: LSU basketball needs to wait for a few players to finish their contractual obligations with their pro teams to see if they're going to sign with LSU. That is awesome. That sums it up for us. Zach, thanks as always, man. Enjoy the week.
It's a crazy world that we're in right now in college athletics. It still blows my mind to this day. But nonetheless, I appreciate you, Dawson. Looking forward to chopping it up next week with you.
There it is, Zach Nagy now with 247 Sports. As you've been saying, if you don't follow him, you're missing out, especially if you're into the recruiting side of things for LSU, man. He's all over it. Go 247, 247 Sports and CBS Sports, covering LSU in all forms and facets is our guy, Zach Nagy. There it is, man. When they finish their contractual obligations with their pro clubs, Will Wade may try to add a few more players to the college basketball team that's going to play college basketball next year. All right, we'll take a timeout. That seems as good a place as any to take a break. I'll try and kind of rebound from that after this. It's LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Bluebell has been making some of the best ice cream in the country for more than 100 years, but you already knew that. What you might not know is about their newest summer flavor, Black Raspberry Fudge. I have tried it firsthand. It has the D-Loh stamp of approval. And as I said before, I like it because it's a little different. It's not, sometimes new flavors, you're like, that kind of tastes like some of the other flavors they have. They just slightly changed a little bit. This one's got a little tang to it from the raspberry. I enjoyed it. It's a sweet, tart raspberry base blended with dark chocolate chunks and a rich fudge swirl. It's available in half-gallon and pint sizes at most retailers, but only for a limited time. You can find it, of course, along with the rest of your Bluebell ice cream favorites at your local grocery store, so make sure to pick up a pint or two of Bluebell and the new Black Raspberry Fudge today.
Hello, everyone. This is Jeff Palermo. Join us on Tuesday nights for Tiger Rag Radio. Myself, Todd Horn, and Glenn Gilbo give you the latest happenings in Tiger Town and across the SEC. We talk to coaches, analysts, and those in the know when it comes to the Tigers and the Southeastern Conference. We cover all the sports: football, baseball, basketball, softball, and gymnastics. That's Tuesday nights right here on ESPN 103.7 in Lafayette and 104.1 in Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Tax season doesn't have to be stressful. Not with Black & Gold Tax Service in your corner. Conveniently located on Main Street in Broussard, we offer in-office appointments and virtual consultations. You can upload your documents to our secured portal, and we offer secure digital drop-offs. Members of the Better Business Bureau, we proudly serve South Louisiana and all 50 states with integrity, expertise, and personalized care. Visit blackandgoldtax.com and let Black & Gold Tax Service make taxes easy. Black & Gold Tax Service, where accuracy meets Acadiana pride.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices.
To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce exhibit number 1.
MeTV is America's #1 classic television network.
There can only be one number 1, me.
MeTV features over 60 of the greatest classic TV series each week.
Go with the winner.
Enjoy dramas, comedies, westerns, sci-fi, and more.
You just watch me.
Watch MeTV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on Channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
MeTV is memorable entertainment television.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-245-0471. 800-245-0471. 800-245-0471. Call right now. That number again is 800-245-0471.
Do yourself a favor and download the free ESPN Southwest Louisiana mobile app, powered by Moss Motors BMW, for your Android or Apple devices. Download the app by searching ESPN 1037 Lafayette or ESPN 1041 Lake Charles. It's just that easy to take Southwest Louisiana's sports station with you wherever you go.
All right, we are back here on the LohDown. Great conversation with our friend Zach Nagy there on LSU and the Lane Kiffin stuff. I can tell you this. I'm ready for SEC Media Days. I'm not ready for football season, but I think SEC Media Days this year are going to have some real interest to them, and we're excited. You know, we'll be going back over there. There's a lot of characters in this conference right now. You know, it's ironically enough, when we were at Media Days a couple years back, there was a conversation, that legit like theme of the week, that was like, man, there's just, there's not a whole lot of exciting, like bubbly conversations right now because Saban had just left the league. It was DeBoer's first season, and so nobody was saying anything crazy. And Kiffin was actually on his best behavior at the time at Ole Miss. He wasn't really making waves at that point. And so, like, one of the themes of that whole thing 2 years ago was like, man, I don't know. There's not a whole bunch of buzzworthy stuff. I don't think we're going to have that problem this year. I think you're going to have a lot of buzzworthy stuff. Speaking of college football, by the way, just got some game time. So ESPN is announcing a ton of starting times. And our guy Cody Juneau had this one for us on socials. The Cajuns' first 3 games have kickoff times, right? 7 o'clock, September 5th. That is a Saturday night to start the season inside Our Lady of Lourdes Stadium. So they get a nighttime kickoff for the opener. We know how hot it's going to be. That is a good thing, right? Here's the really interesting one. Cajuns are going to travel to Los Angeles, face the USC Trojans. We know about that, right? They're going to play in the Coliseum. Should be awesome. How about a 10 o'clock start time for the locals here in the Central Time Zone? That is, it's obviously a West Coast game, so it's a 7 o'clock start there, but it is a 10 o'clock start. So Cajun fans on the night of September 12th going to have to try and stay up into the wee hours of the morning if they want to watch UL face USC. And then September 19th, the following Saturday, remember they start their season with 3 straight Saturday games. That one's also at home against UAB. That one is also a 7 o'clock start. So the good news is, right off the bat, we know for a fact Cajuns are not going to play any afternoon time slot games until at the very earliest the end of September. And by then, it can still be very, very hot in Louisiana. We know that. But, it's better than having one of those, like the game against Tulane last year that got picked up by ESPN, and then you had to play it at 11 a.m. and people were passing out, and it was 100,000 degrees, and it was miserable. So good news is we seem to have avoided that. Then there is also one more start time that was given out, and that's because they play at ULM on a Thursday night in November. They play on November 12th at ULM. That one's going to be an 8 o'clock start time. We know that one because that's going to be a TV game. That's ESPN picked it up, so they have given a start time for that as well. So September 5th, it's a 7 o'clock start against Lamar. September 12th at USC, it's a 10 o'clock Central start. UAB, 7 p.m., and then 8 o'clock start on November the 12th when they travel to face ULM. We also have some SEC games, by the way. We knew LSU and Clemson already was going to be at 6:30, but they've given out the rest of those. So the most notable ones, Louisville is playing Ole Miss on that Monday. That one's going to be a 6:30 start time on ABC. East Carolina's at Alabama in week 1. They'll play at 11 a.m. A lot of these teams are playing no names. Baylor and Auburn are going to play at 2:30 on ABC. Texas State's at Texas at 2:30 on ESPN on that first Saturday. That one's got a little bit of interest to it. ULM's at Mississippi State at 6:30 that Saturday night. So, look, those aren't a lot of those games. I'm sure nobody's going to be super locked into, but there's a handful of at least interesting ones. And the SEC's given out their time slots, and they've already given the kick times for those as well. Sunbelt, by the way, went through and did all those midweek start times for the year, but the Cajuns only play in one of them, so I'm not going to run through each one of them throughout the entire season. The Astros lost last night. I'm not going to do a ton of Astros today. I saved that for Kevin. And boy, Kevin, I tell you what, the screaming from Kevin Foote this morning was outstanding. He had his vocal cords properly warmed up, and he was yelling. He's still blaming this on the Piper that Jason Alexander gave up 8 runs in the first last night. The good news is, look, this Astros offense is still rolling right now, man. They score 7 again. Yordan Alvarez is the best hitter on the planet right now. I'm not sure I'm accepting other submissions. The OPS is back over 1,000. He's got now 18 homers and 37 driven in. He's hitting over 300. The dude's unbelievable. And so he deposited another ball last night. I was covering this game for the website, so I was watching it. And, the Astros chipped away the entire time. And you know what? Tip of the cap to Jason Alexander. He goes out, gets shelled in the first. Yes, there was a couple plays defensively that probably should have been made. But you know what he did? He said, I know the bullpen's been stressed out recently. I just gave up 8 runs. I'm a little humiliated, but I got to give my team some length. And he pitched 6 freaking innings. He went 6 innings. He gave up 9 earned runs. And that's not the prettiest of, that sounds more like what you'd give up in the beer league softball start. You're just lobbing them up there. Hey, I only gave up 9 runs. Feel pretty good about myself. It's not what you want to do against the Texas Rangers in mid-April, but credit to him for staying out there, taking one for the team, and giving them 6 innings. They only had to use one reliever. A.J. Bluebach came in and finished it out. So the Stros lose the game, but perhaps, they lost the battle. Maybe they'll win the war. They'll play the Rangers again tonight. Burrows against DeGrom. So, again, probably advantage Texas on the pitching matchup. But tomorrow night, Spencer Arrighetti. I don't know if people realize what type of season Spencer Arrighetti's putting together right now. The former Raging Cajun himself, and we got to get him on the show at some point soon. I got to get back on the Astros with that. 6-1 with a 1.32. It's legitimate Cy Young type stuff. Now, we're a long ways away from deciding that award. I'm not by any means suggesting that he's going to win it or anything. But Spencer Arrighetti is right now the best or the second best pitcher in the American League. I don't know if it's all that debatable. 6-1 with a 1.32 ERA. And so in all those conversations of where would the Astros be without this guy or that guy, and, maybe sometimes you flip it around and go, where would they be with one of these guys? That's really awesome. Where would the Houston Astros be without the former Raging Cajun Spencer Arrighetti right now? I have not a good answer for that question. They're already 8 games below 500. They'd be a lot more than that if he wasn't having an absolute breakout career-type year currently going on for him. The Rangers, by the way, have something unique now after beating the Stros last night by 3. Their run differential is exactly 0. They have scored 211 runs this year. They have given up 211 runs. Their record is still 4 games below 500. And it is back to official. The A's have dropped below 500. So all 5 teams in the good old American League West now sit with records below 500. The A's are 27-28. The Mariners 27-29. The Rangers 25-29. The Stros 24-32. And the Angels, don't look now. Don't let those boys get hot. They've won 4 straight to unfortunately bring their record just to 21-34 on the season. It is by far, as of now, the worst division in baseball this year, and it's not particularly close. Still plenty of time for that to change, and we'll see. I still feel like the Mariners are going to get it rolling at some point. I still feel like that's ultimately going to be the team to beat when we look back on this whole thing, and we look at that. I just think that Seattle pitching rotation's too nasty for them to not have a run at some point where they score some sort of runs for them. But they haven't done it yet, and so, we'll see if they're able to kick it into gear, and obviously we'll see if the Stros are able to kick it in gear themselves. Kind of felt like they were doing that over the weekend. Last night, I think, was even a little bit encouraging. You go down 8-0, you only lose the game by 3 runs. You have a shot to get the tying run to the plate in the 9th, which they almost did. That's a good thing. That seems like a team that's playing pretty loose, playing pretty well right now. They've got a good camaraderie about them, and, we'll see if that ends up being the start of something or not. But, till then, we'll have to wait and see. There are a lot of things going on, too. Another thing I wanted to share before we get to a break, we're going to talk with our friend Ben Broussard, Catholic Charities of Acadiana, after this. But there's a bunch of legislation. Look, legislation goes through, and, you've probably seen the Schoolhouse Rock video of how a bill turns into a law by now, and I'll have to recap that one for you. But senators, I don't know if they just don't have anything better to do or if they're just really excited to try and, influence college sports right now. But Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell have introduced bipartisan legislation with the one-time transfer rule and 5-year eligibility, the, quote, Lane Kiffin rule, which would prevent coaches from leaving mid-season, a ban on pro players, which includes international pro players, and more. On3's reporting about this. So I haven't read through it all. I haven't been caught up on my Washington legislation, checks here where I read through all these bills. But I will say, at least on the surface, one-time transfer rules, I've always kind of been a fan of that. I don't know if that would work. You're kind of limiting a free market there, and that's, dangerous when you're talking about a capitalist society that doesn't really like to put limits on things like that, but who knows? I don't hate that one. 5-year eligibility, that one seems really popular. 5 and 5. You get 5 years of eligibility, but you only get 5 years to do it, and so that kind of limits these guys who come back after playing pro ball, stuff like that. Preventing coaches from leaving midseason, yeah, I'm absolutely all for that. That'd be awesome. I'd love if our calendars made more sense. I said it with the Lamar coach in baseball that left on Monday. And I know why he had to do it, because the calendar sucks, and we can't figure any of this stuff out for some reason. And then a ban on pro players, including international pro players. Yeah, I'm cool with that as well. By the way, we do have a breaking little no-hitter situation. If you're into watching some day baseball, the Cardinals pitcher Dustin May has not allowed a hit through 7 against the Milwaukee Brewers. So we'll see if he's able to finish that one out. But as I mentioned before, we don't often take breaks from sports talk on this show. That's kind of the whole premise of what we do here. But occasionally, there is a very, very good cause that's worthy of us doing it. And that's what we're going to have after the break. Ben Broussard is going to stop by. We're going to talk Catholic Charities of Acadiana. They've got their volunteer drive. He'll explain more about it, but basically, in the summertime, it's tougher for them to find people to volunteer because everybody's schedules change, right? Teachers who are working throughout the year are off and students are out of school. And so they're going to do a big volunteer drive. They've got 4 great causes that they, regularly support. I've been able to work with them before. So we're going to have Ben on to talk about all things Catholic Charities of Acadiana related and how you can get involved as well if you're interested. We'll do that after the timeout. This is a Wednesday edition of the LohDown, ESPN, Southwest Louisiana Sports Station. Stay with us.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
This game isn't fun. This game is a war.
It's time for the 2-minute drill.
Hurry it up, hurry it up, hurry it up.
Powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you.
Come on, let's go, you guys. Get in here, we gotta go fast now.
The Texas Rangers beat the Houston Astros 10-7 in Dallas last night. It was a high-scoring night with the Astros hitting 4 home runs with Yordan Alvarez hitting 2 of them. And Jason Alexander gave up 9 runs on 6 innings of work with 8 of them coming in the first inning. Game 3 of the series will be tonight at 7:05 p.m., and it will be Mike Burrows versus Jacob deGrom. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles. Former LSU Tiger pitcher Gage Jump was called up to the Athletics' 40-man roster yesterday to make his pro debut against the Seattle Mariners last night. Jump went 5 innings, giving up 9 hits, 4 runs, and 5 Ks with 1 walk. Also making his pro debut, Sulphur and McNeese product Will Dion made his debut for the Cleveland Guardians in a 6-3 loss to the Nationals. Dion pitched in relief and went 3 innings with 2 hits, 2 runs, and 3 Ks. The LSU Bengals won an elimination game against Wabash Valley yesterday morning, 14-7 in the JUCO World Series. The Bengals hit for 4 home runs, bringing their single-season record up to 101. Now the Bengals will face Glenn College at 2 p.m. today in another elimination game in Grand Junction. The Oklahoma City Thunder moved out to a 3-2 lead in the Western Conference Finals after beating the San Antonio Spurs 127-114 last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the way for the Thunder, putting up 32 points with 9 assists. Now the series will move back to San Antonio for Thursday night's game in the Frost Bank Center. I'm Blake Purser, and you're listening to ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, your home for the LSU Tigers and the Houston Astros.
The 2-minute drill has been powered by B1 Bank. Visit b1bank.com to find a location near you. ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is the proud winner of 4 2026 LAB Prestige Awards, including Best Use of Digital Media, Foot's Friday Fury, Best Live On-Site Remote for our Super Bowl Radio Road coverage, Best Promotion for our No Shave November initiative, and Radio Young Professional of the Year for Dawson Iserloh. We're proud of being Southwest Louisiana's sports station and are humbled to be recognized by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters.
Where do you go when you're looking for action? Where do you go when you're looking for fun? New friends you're gonna meet, more fun than Bourbon Street. The Big Easy, where winning is easy. Life's too short, so jump on in. Have all the fun you can. The Big Easy, where winning is easy.
Hand of the Day is the new way to win at the Big Easy Casino. Each Hand of the Day equals 1 entry into the Big Easy Bonus Cash Drawings. Bonus Cash Drawings take place on the last day of each month. It's never been so easy to win. Just watch as you play and notify your hostess when you get the Hand of the Day. The Big Easy, where the winning is easy. Gambling problem? Call toll-free 1-877-770-STOP.
Life's too short, so jump on in. Have all the fun you can. The Big Easy, where winning is easy. Big Easy Casino across from Montreal.
Looking for a spotless workplace? Variety Janitorial Services is your go-to. For office cleaning to stripping and floor waxing and carpet cleaning, your commercial space will look its best. Their reputation for perfection has grown throughout the entire Acadiana community. They deliver top-notch service with a commitment to excellence. Daily, weekly, or deep cleaning, trust the experts. Visit VarietyJan.com today or call 337-298-8704 for a free quote. Variety Janitorial Services. We clean, you shine.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices.
To learn more, visit govote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's Office.
Oh, look who's here.
Everybody Loves Raymond is on MeTV.
Who told you that?
Raymond.
America's #1 classic TV network.
Nothing even comes close.
Enjoy 2 back-to-back episodes every weeknight.
We're doing it twice.
Watch Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah, it's all about you, Raymond.
Weeknights starting at 8 on MeTV.
Watch Meet TV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
This is ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles, broadcasting live from the Beal and Hebert studios in Upper Lafayette. Beal and Hebert, Acadiana's hometown lawyers. Back to more of Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
We welcome you back into the LohDown, ESPN Southwest Louisiana sports station. Going to take some time to talk about something really for a good cause going on in our area. And it's a great thing to talk about as well. Our friend Ben Broussard joins us from Catholic Charities of Acadiana. First off, Ben, thanks for being here.
Oh, in studio. Thanks, Dawson.
So you guys, and I'm familiar with really a lot of what you have going on here, but you guys are creating something to help the volunteer drive. Obviously, a lot of your events, require volunteers, require man hours.
Yeah.
So just tell us a little bit about what this summer drive is going to look like.
Yeah, so Catholic Charities of Acadiana, since 1973, we have served our neighbors experiencing hunger, homelessness, and poverty. And we do it through programs like St. Joseph Diner, our traditional soup kitchen that serves about 750 warm meals a day to those experiencing hunger, and really at no cost to them, but we need volunteers to run that program. We have our shelters, we have Food Net. These programs, many of them are volunteer-centric. And throughout the year, we have our regular volunteers that they've got their routines, man. We've got our Monday morning guys, and we've got our Tuesday lunch crews and all of that. But when summer starts, it doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you are, summer starts and everyone's routine changes. My wife's a teacher. We set the clock by when school starts and when school's out, and everything changes. People are going on vacation. They're visiting their family. They're going, Starkville to go watch a little baseball. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. It changes. And so we see a slump in the summertime. Man, I've been here for 10 years. It's just what it is. And so we're encouraging folks this summer to consider serving with us in our programs this summer, to look for those open opportunities to serve through St. Joseph Diner, through our Food Net Food Bank programs, through our disaster programs and our Rebuilding Together programs, and just kind of make it a part of their summer experience, just knowing that we do have those holes in the schedule.
No doubt, and I want to go through each of these four that you talked about just to give people a better idea of what they are. I'm the most familiar with St. Joseph Diner. I've actually done that one myself a handful of times here with Delta Media. It is super rewarding. It's great. I know what you're talking about with the regulars because the last time I was there, it was a regular crew of ladies. They're there every Thursday. It's just what they do.
Yeah.
But just talk to us a little bit about what St. Joseph Diner can accomplish.
Yeah, St. Joseph Diner, of all the things we do at Catholic Charities of Acadiana, St. Joseph Diner is by far our most notable program. If you know us for anything, you know us for St. Joseph Diner. We're going to run over 200 volunteers through the diner every week because we serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week, and it takes a lot of hands to do that. But the diner, though we have folks who are there actually like cooking, we need hands to help us do the prep. We need hands to help us wash dishes and do the serving and wash the pots and kind of do your general cleaning jobs. What I love about serving at St. Joseph Diner is that there's a definite start time and a definite end time. And when you show up, and one of the worst things about a volunteer shift is showing up and not knowing what to do and not having anybody tell you what you have to do. There's a defined job for everyone who shows up to serve at the diner. And we have found that people serve there, they enjoy it, they get to know the people around them. But I think the best part of serving in the diner is that you are there serving your fellow man, your neighbor, who is in a situational crisis. And the more time you spend there, you realize it's not you and them. It's not us and them. It's just us. You just realize that at the end of the day, man, we're just human beings, and we're in community, and we get to serve in a very concrete way through the diner.
No doubt. And like I said, I can vouch for that because I've experienced it firsthand. These other three I haven't been able to experience. So tell us about FoodNet Food Bank.
Yeah, FoodNet Food Bank is a newer program of ours, though it's not a newer organization here in the community. It actually was founded in 1986 by Marcel Citron, who's the matriarch of the Hub City Ford family. But it is a traditional food bank. So FoodNet Food Bank will put together the supplies of food, shelf-stable food, and put together supplemental food bags that are then distributed to our partner pantries throughout the area. But the volunteer role at FoodNet is literally walking that line and putting together a supplemental food bag that that bag you're putting together will eventually go into the hands of one of your brothers and sisters here in Acadiana that's having to make some really tough decisions between putting food on the table or paying their rent, or putting food on the table and getting essential critical medicine to help stay alive. And so you get to be a part of that when you serve at FoodNet.
The disaster response program, I imagine that one's a little more self-explanatory.
Yeah,
but obviously, hurricane season, we're all too familiar with that in this area.
Yeah, South Louisiana, man, we know what it's like. We're in the bullseye every year. It's not if and it's when it comes to a natural disaster. But we at Catholic Charities of Acadiana prepare throughout the year. We train throughout the year to respond, knowing that our neighbors who are in an experience of poverty stand to suffer at a disproportionate level in disaster because of their lack of access to resources or tethers to society. And so the work that we do, whether it's in that response phase, which right after a hurricane, a tornado, a flood, a weather event, we're going to be doing the mucking and the gutting and the debris removal and maybe some chainsaw work, maybe some tarping to help protect the home for future damage, or that long-term recovery work, which is the harder work. It's marathon work. It's often left to a local organization, but it's helping to put those pieces back together for the homeowner, the impoverished homeowner who doesn't have anyone else to turn to. And so we have volunteer roles with that. We've got a list of long-term recovery cases that we're really just looking for volunteers to put together a crew to go and knock out some of these jobs for our neighbors who are surviving.
And this last one, maybe kind of goes hand in hand with that one, but also there's other times where this needs to be done. Rebuilding Together Acadiana with home repairs. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, Rebuilding Together Acadiana, what a great program. It became a program of ours in 2019. And through Rebuilding Together Acadiana, we do critical home repairs and home modifications for our elderly and impoverished neighbors, homeowners here in Acadiana. I think about the home that I live in. There are certain things that I need to do in terms of maintenance of my home, whether it be, the soft spot in my soffit or my fascia board. Well, you leave those too long without addressing them, and it rots, and then it becomes water that's intruding into your home. And then you leave that long enough, and then you've got soft spots in the floor. We've seen it before on our Rebuilding Together Acadiana jobs where I walk into the home and I can see daylight through the floor. Like the toilet in the bathroom, it's so shaky that you feel like you're going to fall through. And so we go in and help to bring homes back to a place of safety so that this elderly homeowner can age in place. They can stay in their home and they can stay safely. We also do about 40 to 50 wheelchair ramps per year, which it's so cool. You think about it, how often you take for granted
right,
that you can leave your home and you can come back to your home without help from anybody. But when your home is lifted off the ground, you're confined to a wheelchair. Entering your home and leaving it, you often need other people to help you out. And so a wheelchair ramp is a great volunteer opportunity. It's about a day's worth of work. We use donated and discounted materials to put these wheelchair ramps together, but you often have that homeowner who's there with you, and they're like cheering you on throughout the job. It's incredible. But same as disaster, we just need groups to stand up and say, hey, this sounds like something we would want to do. I'll brag on a crew who served with us a while back. There was a Teresians group. It was basically a group of women who pray together weekly. They said, hey, we want to do something as a group. And so they came and did a rebuilding together job with us. I don't think any of them had ever swung a hammer or used a screwdriver in their life. And to see those women using the miter saw and the power tools and the auger, I mean, to put this thing together themselves, not only did they feel empowered, but they had an experience like none other together, knowing that they did some real concrete help for a neighbor.
No doubt, no doubt. So if people have been listening to this and intrigued about the opportunities this summer, where's the easiest place for them to go, get more information, and sign up?
Yeah, CatholicCharitiesAcadiana.org. That's the really long, website address. You can also Google Catholic Charities of Acadiana. There's a volunteer button on our front page. All the information is there for you to be able to find the open dates and sign up for them. You can also find contact information for us. Reach out. If you got any questions, man, we would love to have Acadiana serve with us at Catholic Charities of Acadiana this summer.
Ben, thank you so much, and we look forward to doing it.
Thanks, Dawson.
We'll go ahead and take a time out. We got more coming up. You're listening to the LohDown.
This is the LohDown with D-Loh, live on ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and ESPN 103.7 Lafayette, 104.1 Lake Charles have teamed up with John Well Therapeutic Services to bring awareness to mental health. Glenda over at John Well Therapeutic is a licensed professional counselor providing individual therapy to adults. She has more than 15 years of experience working with clients in a variety of settings. Whether you prefer in-person or the convenience of telehealth, support is available across Louisiana. Book your appointment today by visiting Psychology Today and searching for Glenda Johnwell. Southwest Louisiana Sports Station and John Well Therapeutic Services are proud sponsors of Mental Health Awareness Month because your mental health matters.
ESPN 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles is your home for the Houston Astros.
And the Astros stun the Mariners.
Hunter Brown, Yordan Alvarez, and the rest of the Astros are looking to get back to the postseason. You can listen to every pitch, hit, and thrilling victory of the Houston Astros.
Incredible!
As Robert Ford and Steve Sparks will be on the call. Tune in this season for live Astros baseball on Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Attention first responders, police officers, firefighters, military and former military personnel. If you have an acre or more of grass to cut, Skag Zero-Turn Mowers would like to thank you by offering you a special discount with their Simply the Brave First Responders program. Save big money on the industry's top-rated zero-turn mower at Nolan's Lawnmower in Carencro. Nolan's can offer well-qualified buyers 0% financing for 48 months. Come by Nolan's Lawnmower at 3547 Northwest Evangeline Thruway and check out the full line of Skag zero-turn lawnmowers.
Hi, I'm Nancy Landry. No matter what part of our great state you call home, Louisiana's elections are an important part of who we are. In 2026, closed party primaries will change how some of those elections happen, so you'll want to know what to do. Keeping your registration current ensures you'll get the right party-based ballot. Remember, this change only applies to certain offices.
To learn more, visit GoVote.com or download the GoVote app.
Paid for by the Louisiana Secretary of State's office.
Every weeknight, MeTV has your laugh therapy.
To chase away the blues or the olive drabs.
With 2 hours of MASH at 5.
This guy's ankle has tickled my funny bone.
Followed by the Andy Griffith Show at 7.
Doggone it, Otis. You're supposed to be hugging me when I'm arresting you.
But he likes you, Bart.
Weeknights on MeTV.
Watch Meet TV Acadiana on KLWB, over the air on channel 50.1. Check your local cable listings for the channel in your area.
What is dementia? Is it the same as Alzheimer's? What is vascular dementia, Lewy body, FTD, TBI, and CTE? If someone has memory loss, does that mean they have dementia? Millions of Americans ask these questions every day. I did too, and I learned. My wife Ginny developed dementia. I didn't know what to do or what was coming next. I'm Kevin Jameson, volunteer and president of the Dementia Society of America. I'm excited to offer you a free guide to understanding dementia. It's filled with facts about dementia, care planning, how doctors can help, and ways to keep your brain as healthy as possible. The Dementia Society of America is a national nonprofit, and we're ready to answer your questions. You want to live life to the fullest. I know that. Ginny did too, and I'm confident that we can help. Get your copy of the guide. Go to 1-800-DEMENTIA.org or call 1-800-DEMENTIA. Thank you.
Back to the sports talk you not only want, but need. This is ESPN, 103.7 Lafayette and 104.1 Lake Charles, Southwest Louisiana's sports station.
Appreciate our friend Ben Broussard stopping by there talking about a great cause, Catholic Charities of Acadiana, as he mentioned the ways to get in contact with them if you're interested in volunteering and helping them out over the summer. All right, we're going to end the show with a little bit of fun, James. You have the ability to get on this if you'd like. So my regional superlatives drop tomorrow. We will give this some more thought. So this is just one that I want us to marinate on. In honor of the late, great Mike Leach. Mike Leach, once famously, one of the funniest clips I've ever seen in my life is him at the Pac-12 Media Day event going through what it would look like if every team's mascot got into an all-out brawl. Who would come out of that? So, in honor of that, one of my regional superlatives is going to be the most fascinating all-out brawl to watch of the four mascots. James, I've got an early leader in the clubhouse for you, so just marinate on this. I want you to take a look. I know you're going to know a lot of these mascots. A couple of them you might have to do some research on. Again, rules are going to come into play here. Are we allowing the Oklahoma State Cowboy to have a gun and a horse? I don't know. We'll have to talk through that. Take a look at Auburn for me. You've got Tigers from Auburn. You've got Panthers from Milwaukee. You've got an entire wolf pack from NC State. Now, how many of them do they get? That's another question we'll have to answer. And then you've got Knights over at UCF, so they've got the armor and a sword. That, to me, is the early leader for the most fascinating all-out brawl. So, you like this idea? I think we could come up with something pretty good.
I like this. I'm not taking the Knights, though.
Well, that's the thing. The Knights are going to, they're really going to have their work cut out for them. How many wolves are in that pack? If it's, because I think a tiger could take out a couple of wolves, but if we start getting 3 or 4, that could be a lot. Some of these are interesting. Like, again, a Raging Cajun. Are we just sending an angry man from Scott down in there, or are we giving him some sort of weaponry? Are we giving him tools? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say a Raging Cajun defaultly is just his anger is his only weapon. So I don't like their chances against a bobcat, a bearcat, I should say. I mean, he'd probably do fine against the bulldog and then the bisons. And the thing about Lipscomb, they specify it's multiple bison. That's going to be tough. You throw a bison in there, I don't like the Cajuns' chances. So
it says a wolf pack typically ranges between 2 and 15 wolves.
Okay, so let's give them 2 just to make it interesting.
I was going to be in the middle and say like 8.
That's fair. If it's 8, I like their chances. Although I don't know, how difficult is it going to be for a panther or a tiger to take down a wolf? Some of those wolves are bigger than you think.
Yeah, they're pretty big. They're bigger than most dogs.
That one's good. But look, there's other ones. You go interesting around the horn here. Obviously, the fame. Ironically enough, in that famous Mike Leach speech, Washington State, Oregon, those were all Pac-12 teams at the time. So he already discussed the Ducks probably going to get out of there and fly away. The Beaver might try and build a dam, but I don't know what he's really doing there. The Cougar, he's pretty formidable, and that was, of course, Mike Leach's team at the time. And then the Yale Bulldogs, I mean, I got a big advantage to the Cougars in that one. Some of these wouldn't be as exciting. So we got to try. The goal is to see if we can find one that's more intriguing than the Auburn Regional, okay? And we don't have to do this in the next 3 minutes. We're going to have a whole day to marinate on it. I look at Morgantown, because they've got the Kentucky Wildcats. Binghamton, I think, is maybe the Panthers. Wake Forest is, A demon priest, that's tough to think about what he would look like. And then you've got mountaineers. That's just mountain men with, their beaver tail caps and things of that nature.
I was going to say, well, what about Miami?
Okay, let's go to Miami. We know we've got the Gators. They can do
Gainesville, whatever. But
yeah, Gainesville.
Specifically with the Miami Hurricanes.
Right, that one is really intriguing. I mean, how is he winning this thing, or is he just causing chaos for the other three? You're going to have a Trojan. Again, that's a person. A Bronco. The Broncos probably going to do pretty well against the Trojan and the Gator even, I would think. Broncos are pretty aggressive. But then you throw Hurricane in there. The Hurricane's probably going to be the one that outlasts everybody.
Do we dare just give a standard number since everything is in the multiple because it's the Gators,
right?
The Broncos, the Trojans.
You have one. You have one.
You only give one. Okay.
The only one, I think the Wolf Pack is unique because it's specifically specifying that it's a pack of wolves.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in general you have one thing unless it says otherwise. Let's go with that as our general rule here.
That's fair.
And I will say about like the weaponry and stuff like that, I'm going to give the cowboy his gun because I think a cowboy would typically have one with him, right?
I feel like we also got to give the Trojans
He'll
and the
have
Knights
a sword.
Their armor and swords.
Armor and swords, for sure. For sure. So that's what we'll do about the people. Pirates, you're not getting a ship and a cannon, though. You're on foot. You know what I mean?
They get a sword and a one of those old-timey guns.
A musket?
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'm giving them a musket.
I don't know about the musket, but I know the little handheld ones.
Boy, the volunteers are in trouble, huh? Just a guy who's willing to help.
How about the jackrabbits?
Yeah, they're not going to do much damage either. They're not going to do a whole lot of damage either there. Yeah, that one's interesting. The Austin Regional, you've got Tarleton State, just a guy from Texas because they're the Texans. So just a guy from Austin or Dallas. He's strolling in there.
He's coming from finance.
He's got to face a Crusader. Those guys were pretty serious back in their day, right? They got some stuff done. A big Longhorn. I don't know. Are Longhorns one of those animals that are like faster than you think they are? Because I feel like you get away from one of those.
The Longhorns?
Yeah, Bevo, the big Texas guy.
Look, there's a lot of weight that moves, but once it starts moving, that's tough.
Yeah, that is true. And are we putting these guys, are they in a ring? How much area do they get to cover here? You know
maybe like a kind of treat like gladiators?
Yeah, they're going to be in an enclosed stadium. Now, for the Hurricanes, we'll have to make an exception, but we'll get to that one later.
It's a small hurricane.
All right, they're in an enclosed stadium. They have what you would naturally assume they have. You get one of them unless very unique circumstances like a wolf pack gives you multiple. All right, I think we've got this. We've got the parameters in place. Let's see what we come up with tomorrow, James. We're going with most interesting, right? We don't have to pick the winner of each one. What would be the funnest battle to watch of the four?
So we're picking from each regional. We're picking a
No, we don't have to pick. I'm saying we're going to pick the battle overall that would be the most fun to watch. That's going to be the winner of the category. All right, that'll do it for the lowdown. I like how we ended that. James and I have some homework to do. We'll be back with that and more on tomorrow's edition of the Lowdown.
It's May, and spring is finally here. A time of growth, renewal, and hope. And what better time to kick off Mental Health Awareness Month? Johnwell Therapeutic Services are proud to highlight May as National Mental Health Month. Remember, it's okay to ask for help. Reach out to a friend, family member, or professional if you need support. It's okay to take things one step at a time. You're not alone. Johnwell Therapeutic Services, proud supporters of National Mental Health Month.
Need peace of mind with your estate planning? Turn to Beal & Hebert, your trusted hometown lawyers. At Beal & Hebert, we make estate planning simple and stress-free, ensuring your legacy is secure and your future is in the right hands. Don't wait. Schedule your consultation today at BealHebert.com. That's BealHebert.com. Safeguarding your tomorrow today.
It's 9 a.m. You just received a voicemail from your boss.
Hey, Janet. Heads up. We got an important meeting coming up Thursday. The big guys are coming into town, so I need you in charge of lunch, and we've got to look good.
Luckily for Janet, she knows a place, and she knows her boss will be impressed.
Honey Baked Ham can cater your next event. Delicious and freshly sliced deli trays, box lunches with sandwich, chips, and dessert. Or try our fresh salad boxes. And the perfect touch with a meat and cheese tray. Honey Baked Ham Company.
Looking for a great midweek treat? Come to Mezcal Mexican Restaurant every Wednesday and Thursday and enjoy their sizzling fajita special. $13.99 plus tax all day long. Don't forget all day 2-for-1 margaritas. Are you planning a large party? Let Mezcal handle it. Call 337-484-3298 and Mezcal will take care of everything. That's a fajita special, $13.99 plus tax all day Wednesday and Thursday at Mezcal Mexican Restaurant, 3546 Ambassador Caffrey, next to Rooms to Go. Come taste the flavor of Mezcal.
Live from Upper Lafayette, this is ESPN 1037 KLWB Carencro Lafayette, KLCJ FM Oak Grove Lake Charles 1041, a Delta Media station. Do you need more of the fellas here on Southwest Louisiana's sports station? Of course you do. So go make sure and subscribe to ESPN 1037 Lafayette and 1041 Lake Charles YouTube channel at ESPN_SWLA. Don't forget to turn that bell on so you get notifications for new episodes of Four Tire Change Podcast, where Dawson Iserloh talks all things NASCAR, or Cleats and Sneaks with James Mesh. Get yourself more of Southwest Louisiana's sports station at ESPN_SWLA on YouTube.
Where do you go when you're looking for action? Where do you go when you're looking for fun? New friends you're gonna meet, more fun than Bourbon Street. The Big Easy, where winning is easy. Life's too short, so jump on in. Have all the fun you can. The Big Easy, where winning is easy.
Hand of the Day is the new way to win at the Big Easy Casino. Each Hand of the Day equals one entry into the Big Easy Bonus Cash Drawings. Bonus Cash Drawings take place on the last day of each month. It's never been so easy to win. Just watch as you play and notify your hostess when you get the Hand of the Day. The Big Easy, where the winning is easy. Gambling problem? Call toll-free 1-877-770-STOP.
Life's too short, so jump on in. Have all the fun you can. The Big Easy, where winning is easy. Big Easy Casino across from Montreal.
Redefine your car buying experience at Acura of Lafayette. Our vehicles are priced with your best interest in mind, with no hidden fees, so you can drive home with confidence. Visit us in-store or shop online at AcuraofLafayette.com.
Did you know you can get great tasting Clear Springs artesian water delivered to your office or your doorstep at home? Clear Springs is 100% local with their own bottling facility at the world-famous Kentwood Aquifer, no chemicals added. Just pure Kentwood, Louisiana artesian water. Clear Springs Water offers delivery of 5 or 3 gallon water service with a hot and cold temperature water cooler or even single-serve bottles delivered to your home or office. Easy to reach, clearsprings.net, then contact us tab or 337-519-3563.
Serving part-time in the Army National Guard has led to a lot of firsts for me. It paid for me to be the first person in my family to go to school. That education got me to the first day at my dream job, which I can still hold while I serve part-time. That job and the home loan benefits I got from the Army National Guard helped me buy my first house. I also know that I will be one of the first to respond if my community ever needs me.
Sponsored by the Louisiana Army National Guard, aired by the Louisiana Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Delta Home Center and Delta Trailer Sales, your one-stop shop for utility and cargo trailers. Heavy-duty dump and gooseneck trailers, portable buildings, cabins, decks, porches, fences, carports, and site-built metal shops. Located at Exit 7 in Carencro or at deltatrailersales.com.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School
Are you looking for an eye expert? Well, visit Acadiana Optics in Broussard, locally owned, founded, and operated by business native Dr. Lindsay Dugas. From comprehensive eye exams for glasses and contacts to diabetic exams, pediatric eye care, emergency eye care, cataract and LASIK evaluations, Acadiana Optics provides family eye care for all vision needs. Enjoy state-of-the-art technology, designer frame selections, prescription Maui Jim sunglasses, and custom glasses and contacts. Acadiana Optics in Broussard. Call today to schedule your appointment. With my suit jacket and drawers on. What kind of feeling